So, if someone plays this game in England, do they get arrested for a hate crime? Because it's got a flag? How does that work? Okay. So, when we left off, we have baby jump legs and we need to get eggs. And I haven't figured out with the clouds. Some clouds are purple. Maybe those are the ones you can't do yet. And the white ones are the ones you can do. I don't know. Maybe they're not different. Maybe they're literally the same. So this card looks like it's set up to rotate. Like I don't know. It's a two of diamonds. There's some kind of situation. Oh, this is we need super fast for that. Okay. Does it Solver's Handbook? All clouds you see have an unsolved puzzle underneath. Yes. But what is the difference between purple clouds and white clouds? Which ones can I do? Or is it a difficulty rating? Hello, Gumby. Oh, I never got this. Dollar! So that's... we need to connect that cable somehow. This is a little wind turbine. Look at all the dollars in there, dude. All right. Is this a puzzle game? For some definition of puzzle game, yes. Hello, Hintman. Great. Yeah, we know this. I need to light the bubblegum on fire to go out that way. These are eggs, but they're not. Oh, these are the ones I've collected, maybe. Okay. Maybe we can get high enough. Oh, yeah, baby. We got $4 for that. $3. Okay, wait, there's a bunch of dollars right there that we never got. Okay, so yeah, we can bounce off the spring, but it's like a Quake 3, it just puts us somewhere. All right. So that's a Quake right there. All of them are Quakes, I imagine. Can I get through here? Not without jumping higher. I sure do, buddy. Oh, but I see things down here. I see dollars. The bones are their dollars. Oh, can I crouch to open this? I need crouch legs. The bones are their dollars. All right. We have not been over here. Oh, look at all the dollars. We're in Dollar Land. Oh, come on, man. Yeah. Dollar Land. But inside the screws in Dollar Land, I need a Metroid. I need to turn into a Metroid ball to get in there. All right. We are collecting the bones. We are not, however, getting eggs. We are not looking at a nude egg. What does this do? That needs a gear of war attached. Can I lift the gear? Oh, if I could slide under this gear of war, I could stand up and it would go up probably. I don't know. I don't know. So here, I think it's just I can't run across this fast enough or something. It just doesn't let me. All right. So we're stuck. We don't know how to get more eggs. Does that clue thing mean that I should be looking that way? Or is that a thing for later? Hey, Clue Man. I just have a lot more dollars than I have eggs. Oh, we could get in here. Oh, we can't, though, because we can't duck. Dude, there's like an invention scroll in there, and I just can't. Come on, man. That's cheap. Don't do that in your game, please. You thought it was a platforming game. It does have platforming elements, but you've got to earn the platform. We can't platform much right now with puny jumps such as this. We could try to race this guy and then lose. Was it this guy? Oh, no. Yeah, I can't run that fast, dude. I cannot run that fast because the game will not let me. I got those dollars, though. Okay, so here's a Gear of War. Yeah, okay, so I can push this gear of war into place. Alright. So we just need to do that with the duck power later. Okay, how do I turn on these gears of war here? Where is the actuator for the gears of war? I do not see it. So this is the end. That's obviously not connected to anything. We go. It's underneath, I guess. What is beneath us? Is there a door here? Oh, it's connected to that. I remembered that rotated from before. I guess it goes under the ground where you can't see. Main puzzles are created by purple clouds. Okay. That doesn't tell us if we can solve or not. Oh boy, let's not do that yet. Let's get our dollars. Oh boy. Be careful. Be careful. Present. Health quarter. That's some Zelda crap right there. I need to bash my way through these. Okay. All that, we didn't get an egg. All that, nude eggs, 0. So is he telling me this because I can do this right now? Because I don't feel like I can. Or maybe I just go. Alright. Toxic razor blades. That's another nude egg, dude. Oh, that resets, I guess. Am I trapped inside? How am I supposed to get out? Do I gotta jump on the oh, here. Let me in. Okay. So, does this rotate? Kind of looks like it does. All right. $0.15. Hey, let's try this again. We probably still can't beat this guy. Okay, wait. I can't start running too soon. Dude! You are too fast. Can I get these yet, though? Yes. Oh, that's another newt egg. We couldn't get that before because we couldn't run fast enough to go in the wind. Crouch! Okay. We know what to do with that. We go and crouch under this gear of war because we figured out the puzzle before we could solve the puzzle. Yeah, baby. Game designer. All right. It's just coins, though. All right. So, I don't think crouch will get me inside this other thing, but we'll try. This thing. This looks too small for a crouch, but it might not. It might not be. Oh, it's fine. Well, look at all the dollars we got, dude. Okay, so maybe... Well, these don't go back up, though, so I still can't jump high. Can I just run through this real fast? No. Okay, maybe I can do this one now? Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. Points. Hey, look, it's a Minecraft. That's all. That was just monies? That's sad. I want to take the Minecraft. Alright. Eh. What? I jumped! Bro, I so jumped over that. Let's try that again. We're gonna keep dying because we can't handle the truth, I guess. Oh, we got it. Alright. I need brute strength. It's a pretty cool shader. I forgot about the window in the house. Dude, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with any of these. What house? There's houses. Oh, that window. Yes. Okay, let's do that. Anything red was created to get your attention. Okay. So this thing wants us to spray air on it, but I don't know how to do that. The air fryer is over here. I don't know if we can redirect that or what. Okay. So main puzzles are purple clouds, is what they had to tell us. So this is like some kind of fantastic contraption. Okay, that's a blue key. Does the key correspond to lock color? Because that's a red lock. I don't know, but I could at least bring that key to that lock and see what happens. All right. So we're supposed to get up there in some way. It's probably not from this side because I don't see much over there unless it's one of these quakes, but okay, but this is the thing. So this, oh. So how do I block this open? With an egg? What if I reset the nude egg that's in there? I probably can't, but if I could get the egg out and then back around? No, there's no resetter for it. That sucks. Oh, we can crouch under this now. Most people have helpful things to say. That is false. That is false. Supramint. We're in the underworld. We're in the great underground empire. That's what David Lynch should have named that movie. Great Underground Empire. All right. Can we see a hint as to how to actually get into the Great Underground Empire? Not really. Mazes are easy. Yeah, I mean it's true. Mazes are pretty easy. I mean, no lie detected. I hate all the playing cards. They are not my favorite. Oh, can I crouch in here now? Oh, I already could get in there, I guess. So there's just too many playing cards. They're all over the place. I don't like it. Yeah, so to get up there, I guess we gotta jump. That probably requires bigger jumps than I have. I can't get on those quakes. Everybody seems to hate the Unreal Engine. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that I don't like about the direction of the Unreal Engine is they're pushing more and more on techniques that take many frames to converge because they're optimizing for really good looking still images. Even if that's maybe not what they set out to do when they did like Lumen and all this stuff, but that's what they've got. And maybe the idea is eventually that stuff becomes good enough that you can do it every frame and it's fine. But right now, all these games, I mean, they turn on these features and they just look bad. And it's like, yeah, it's sort of their fault for using those features in that way, but like that's the direction of most of the new features that Unreal is doing. Right? So I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to work on. Oh, I can push that matchbox now that I could crouch. I can see why this game isn't that popular. It's just very chaotic in terms of what you're supposed to be thinking about at any one time. Okay. I don't have a wire repair kit. What? Why? Oh, I have to melt the chocolate or something. It's stuck with chocolate. And I can't pull the wire. See, that's the thing, is like all these puzzles are presented to me in oh, I guess I could do this one. I guess I'm supposed to rotate this. Maybe that's how all of the wire puzzles are and I haven't figured it out, but my assumption... See, but I can't jump up there. Come on, man. I guess I do need a power. I need a wire power. It's just like, really, guys? Oh, maybe it works. Oh, there we go. It just has to be close enough. It doesn't have to be sealed. All right. So maybe the other wire puzzles are all like that. Or maybe they're not. I never found anything else where I could manipulate it, but maybe. Come on, Newt Egg. No. Like, the physics are so... They're so video game physics. Alright. Okay. So here... Yeah, there's no way to, like... do anything obvious. It's just like there needs to be something to connect these, and maybe I get that power later. I don't know. Wait. Okay, that's not a good Quake. There's also blue cable. Blue cable goes to this. Oh, but we need both wires. Like, look, there's extra cable length right there, man. Sad. What is Mr. Jester? Can I, like, RJ with this? In its chocolate shell. Oh, that egg is also in chocolate. Oh, good point. You could blow air in the straws. Wrong color. Okay, well, that answers that question. So we don't even know who needs blue pages. Doesn't seem to make a difference. I should have brought the egg over here instead of turning it in at the secret shop. Dang it. Dang it! I didn't get the egg out. Where's my chocolate egg? Did my chocolate egg go through the map? I can't reset it unless I could... Was I not even supposed to be able to get that? Yeah, that clearly wasn't meant to be a thing. Ah! Ah! Wait, why did it break? So we could bring it up to where we melted the other chocolate egg, I guess. I guess that's the point. Heart! That sucks. Oh, it's an entire heart, though. Alright. Okay. We will now take this across the map. Like this won't, let's check, but it won't accept it, right? The chocolatey goodness. Shut up, dude! Can you melt something? Shut your mouth. The physics of carrying stuff is very frustrating. Does that connect down? No. Well, it doesn't want me to take this up this. Are there other light bulbs? Oh, come on, man. Oh, there's some straws. We know about straw language. I don't know what's up there, but we do know about straw language. I don't even remember who you are, lady. Maybe it's got to be the other way. I've got to blow this way. This game is always very frustrating because you just run around like an idiot not knowing what to do for a long time. So this is part of a chocolate shell. Is that a hint? No, we got the egg. That one was already half seed. But why was there a half of a chocolate shell? Maybe it's always a half a chocolate shell. Yeah, probably. All right, well, we maybe need to find a different light bulb. Shut up. I know I can melt something. It's just not here. Is the spring used for anything? It's a Quake 3. Okay, combo. See that? That sounded like... I'm gonna see if they tell me if I get one digit right. Hey! Wow, okay. I was like, I wanna see if they give me a clue about having a digit right. Like, the clouds should be coded by whether you can do something or not, alright? It's ass. It's ass that they are not. Oh, this is... Oh, right there. That's a light bulb. Duh. There's just, the environment is so noisy. Like, I observed that that was a light bulb a long time ago, but there's so much to look at that... If they don't let me... Like, you let me bring it up this side. Why don't you let me bring it up this side? Assholes. I only brought it up here because of your bad environment design. It would have been cooler if I had to bring it to the other plane. I need dollars. Wow. Okay. I need $4. I mean, if we could get back in here, maybe that wouldn't help. See, we need the strong module so we could do these things. Do we know what the blue key is for? Wait, what was at the end of this Mario over here? That wasn't a blue key, right? Oh, that's just... I need to be able to bash. I need to be able to bash the fash. And by which I mean people who want to control speech and other forms of expression. Oh, that's a push. It was red. Oh, I need one more dollar, dude. I need a dollar. Where's another dollar? Shut up. Where's a dollar? Why are you so little? Ah, that's going to be used. I'll bring it back, buddy. No. Okay, I've got to get at least $1 for that, right? Hell yeah, bruv. Look, man. Here you go, little son. Oh wait, no, I need that again. Sorry. need to put it on something. Can you hold this up, sir? Make yourself useful. I don't really know what the game wants out of me with this one. Obviously, I could use a nude egg. But there's only one nude egg left. It's not in there, though, as far as I know. Oh, I got the dollars. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, this operates that thing, but doesn't look like there's anything for me to really do with it. Okay, do we even know where the last nude egg is? I believe we have seen it, but I don't. There it is. How do I switch weapons? I want to bash the things. I mean, that's like a whole tunnel there. So that just brings that. Bro! Hang on better. Gamer. Okay, so that is on the other side of this. It's up there. Is that just the way out then? Like, that's a common problem in puzzle games, is you're not sure if things are the way in or the way out. Like, early access, well, fuck you, dude. Like, Monsters Expedition was full on that way. Like, I very often didn't know if something was the way in or the way out. Alright. I mean, that's red. It's sus that the blue key is near the red thing. Is there like a red paint anywhere? Do I know about red paint? Oh, oh, dude. If I have the strength, maybe I can wind up the rubber bands. Oh, I do have the strength. Okay. Anyway, there's another strength button over here. At least one more. There might be other ones. Lame. I mean, this is red. Gamer. Okay, so we still need to get in where this nude egg is. Okay, but maybe it's just this, right? It wants me to unlock that to get in there. And then that's the way out. Okay, well, this is the only key that we have seen, and it is the wrong color. How would we change the color of the key? That does not seem to be a thing that I know how to do. Can I dip it in this? We still don't know how to get in there. We got over there before, right? Oh, no. So we opened this. Guys, this is annoying, not knowing what to do. Achoo! Okay. We've got a red lock. Either there's a red key or I need to make the blue key red. I have not seen a red key, but could be anywhere. Can I jump on the vertical string now? I don't know what vertical string is. Where is that? I feel sick all of a sudden again, guys. Hope I didn't get sick too. Maybe I should take some methylene blue. I don't know, man. RFK would be proud of me if I took some methylene blue. We need our nitric oxide signaling. Wait, does methylene blue mess with nitric oxide? Only in like very, very large quantities, right? There's a spray paint can. Oh, look at all the money, dude. There's a trash. Vance is ready to take over. Dude, I hope that everybody is well, but you know who I wouldn't mind as a president? JD Vance. He'd be a good president. We have ways of making you talk. Dems need to run Jackson with Hunter on their next card. Jackson who? Michael Jackson? Can you take the spring out to press the button? I don't know what spring you're talking about. So the line here is red. It says get the yellow eggs, but there's only one egg. Checkmate, atheists. Blow on the trash. Oh, good point. Silly. All right. Well, we got into this great underground empire. Lol. See, I never know how anything works. Dude, we got in the Great Underground Empire. Six. What do we want dice for? Oh, it's a companion cube. It's a companion cube. Every single video game has to have a companion cube. This diode is faulty. This diode is faulty. Oh, it's a NOT gate. It's not a diode. Okay. It's a NOT gate. If I had a companion cube, I could block that laser, couldn't I? Can I stand in the laser? Do I get burned? Is that a jet propulsion laboratory? There's like a skate park in here. Bruh. Ow. I mean, I probably could do this, right? Like, that's obviously why it's toothpick walls. Die, scums! Okay, I guess we broke through the wall. Where? Alright, whatever. Red key! Red-ish. It's a red-ish key. Lol. That's not even where we needed to get. Oh, come on, I can't even... That's also not... Why can't I get the reddish key? Oh, because I gotta start it rolling? Dude, after all that game remove, it's not enough. Come on, man. That was a game remove. Come on. Okay, well, we have a blue key. Blue key has to go in the roof. We do not know how to get to the roof. Aha. Sad. Can't make it fast enough. Get the blue key. It doesn't matter. The blue key does not help me until I can get up there. But we do know it needs to come to this neighborhood. So maybe we just might as well get it anyway, right? I need blue pages. What if I made a Superland game? Dude, oh, it landed up there. That's why that card is there. All right. Well, it's there. So I think we need to like put something on here that we can stand on. Right? You can imagine a thing that sticks out and we stand on it and it gets lifted. What is that thing? Is it a playing card? I don't know. Did the blue key reset? I don't think it reset. I think it's up there. Soft lock? No, that's... Guys! Guys! The puzzle is I go through the hole in the roof to get around this guy. That is literally what we're trying to do. It is not a soft lock. See, there's the key right there. Oh, you know what? I could have thrown it from here. I thought they literally want me to get up to the top, but this is honestly a pretty weak puzzle, if I'm being honest, and I am. Like, that's the puzzle, guys? Come on. Yeah. Literally just a key swap. Oh, there's a treasure up there. We should get the treasure. But this is the last nude egg here. Is 2 stars supposed to be the difficulty rating? Am I just figuring that out now? Yeah, baby. Look at all that jump height. Now we can quake all day, dude. Look at that. Look at that. Ah! We can get that coin. We're not going to bother. What is up there? Just a coin. Oh, we can jump a matchbox height, dudes. That's awesome. Ah! Come on, man. All right. Well, we can go in here and get a couple more coins, but we could venture out into the land maybe if we can get up this high. Oh, that's going to go somewhere. Do I have to burn that? We'll come back when we get powers. Okay. Let's go out and get a gun that we could shoot the monsters with. Hell yeah, brother. in the drawer under the bed. I need a meat grinder to shove these guys into. Oh. Oh. Okay. I was trying to jump over it. That was a green egg in the green liquid. All right. Shut up. Monstros. I don't know what the hell this does. It's a paperweight. Oh, that just resets the paperweight. Oh, we put the paperweight over there. Bro, don't tase me. Got him. Pretty weird how they only attack me. Hey, could you stand there for a minute? Paperweight is too heavy. I could bring the companion cube all the way over here. I kind of doubt that's what it wants me to do, but I don't believe there's anything preventing that. Maybe there is. How do I get the candies? There are no CDs in this world. Pretty weak. Pretty weak. There are no CDs in this world. I'm getting kind of tired of this game, guys. How do I do rubber bands? I'm getting kind of tired. Just the ratio of like wandering around not knowing what to work on is too high. You know what I'm saying? There's just too much like, what do I do? And then the early access walls. Come on, man. I kind of don't get it. The last Superland game is like from 5 years ago or something, right? It's the same engine. It's the same gameplay. It's like new maps and all that, and yeah, they're really big maps. But like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just feel like if this was my model of video games, is like I just made successive versions of the same game, I would make so many more games so much faster. Like so much faster. Maybe someday we will do that. I'm in the great underground empire. I need a torch. I want to rotate this torch. Yeah, this game is not really doing it for me. It feels less fun than the last one. That's it. I did that for $1. I did all that for $1. Oh, this thing is supposed to light up the area, but I need to punch it real hard. Why do I only get... Is it because I'm full? What was this? Yeah, my brain's just kind of tired. I'm kind of done. Ah. I'm a fascist now. Hey everybody, I'm a fascist. So you've got to like stun lock these guys on the spikes. He needs more fascies. Like, if that would at least kill them, this wouldn't suck so bad. Alright, so he's training me to be a fascist. That's just all there is to that. Alright, let's see what else there is. Play some more Star Providence. I thought there was some other game that I got. Remember Brutal John 2? That was a good time. I thought I bought some other game, but I... Dude, look at all these games. Look at all the games. I played Dyson Sphere Program when it came out. We could try more communist solitaire. Have I played the new Earth Defense Force? No, because the last couple that I played were so disappointing. Like, the only good EDF I ever played was the Xbox 361. All right, let's play Communist Solitaire. Difficulty 4. No, we want easier. 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2. Are these sorted by... Not really. It's kind of hard to care about any of this. All right, let's try this. Play. Like, a little bit of traditional video game structure would help. Like, you know, you play a couple, you have a couple choices of what to play, and then you get the tech tree of what solitaire has been invented, or, you know, stuff like that. Just to give more guidance. Like, there's a reason people like to play video games. It's because we figured out all this stuff. All right, so what's the pile cards of every shit in ascending order on the slots on the right. You can stack and move cards in descending order. Or alternating suit of alternating suit. I don't know, dude. Ascending on the right. So we want our lowest cards. So you're sort of supposed to look ahead. That's cool. I like that. It's too hard for me as a first time player because I don't see any patterns. Why can't I put on the right? Oh, does it literally only go ace? Yes. Okay. So anytime you see an ace, you can go on the right. Otherwise, you're on the left. So I can go 5-4 on the left. Right? I can go queen jack or queen jack. And I can go 5-4 and that gives us a 10. That's confusing. That's a card peek. Okay. 8-7 we can't do. All right, we're going to go 5-4. Wait, it said descending order of alternating suit. This is why instructions suck, dude. In descending order of alternating suit. Okay, alternating does sort of mean 2, though. So maybe that's why it doesn't work. What if I put a 4? Am I dead? See, now I'm going to lose the game because the description doesn't make any sense. Wait, I can put it on there. Okay, that's confusing. So I can put 7 on 8. I cannot put 8 on. Okay. Oh, maybe by stack on the left, he means this? So like if I do 8. Wait. Now I really fucked up. If I do 7, can I do 8? No. Dude. This game is so confusing. I just burned all my slots from not understanding anything. Okay, so this is saying you could put it on the queen, but you can't because there's stuff. All right, but you can put it there. So we put 9. I mean, we're kind of dead here, right? Like we can't. Are these just temps? These are just temp one-off slots, maybe? I don't know. Okay, I can get the 2. That's cool. Can't put the 2 there. 2 is not really going to go on anything. So that's the thing is you kind of want your 2s over here, I guess, in low cards maybe, or cards that you know you're going to be able to do something with soon. Because a 2 literally can't go anywhere. So if I move the 2, maybe I can move the queen stack onto the king, right? Yeah, baby. Okay, now that's the problem too, though, is I kind of want to see if I could put this whole stack over here, but let's see. Can I do this? No. No. All right, that's ass. All right, well, what do we have? We have 4. Like, I feel like we're just close to dead here. Seven can't go anywhere except the slot. This 8 can't go anywhere. Oh no, this 8 can go there, and then the 5-4 can go on the 6. And then we get an ace. All right, let's try that. Burn our last slot. 8. We could also move the 7 off the 6 to get another 7. So by area on the left, he meant this, I guess, not this. Even though, all right, whatever. Whatever. All right. So we're going to put the 5-4 on the 6. We're going to put that. We're going to put this. Okay, we can get rid of 2 of hearts if we put that in. And that seems like it opens up some things. Right? Okay, we got a point. We got a second, we got a second thing. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I mean, really, I should have put this 6 on there. Like, I still can do that, huh? Okay. Cool. See, if I could move this 9, I could go 7, 8, 9, but I'm out of slots. Five. Oh, this 5 goes over here, right? Oh, the 9's under the king by a tiny corner, so we cannot do anything. Wait, undo. Undo. Wait, it moved them all. Why did it move them all? Even, is that broken? I don't know if that's broken or if it's just doing that. All right. Okay. So we just can't put multi-card over here. All we can do is that. All right. Yeah. Just, I wish more work went into the graphics here because it could be a lot nicer to just perceive what's on the screen. Now I know that people seem to have philosophical issues about that, whatever. Oh, God. We just can't do anything with this here, and I wasn't able to undo it. Which could be due to a rule that I don't understand. I mean, are we dead? I'm not allowed to move this anywhere. Wait, yeah, that's where it was. Like just a little bit of drawing this differently would be much more pleasant. All right. 2, 2, 2. The 9 and the 7 in top right 10 slots. I can't move the 9 because 1 pixel is under the king. See how it's grayed out? That means I can't do anything with it. Okay. Wow, this looks harder. This looks way harder than last time. Is this even winnable every time? Am I streaming together by myself? I probably misclicked on something because every time my chat starts to fade out, I go over and click on the thing. Okay, I don't see literally anything. I mean, obviously we can put the king on the queen on the king. That frees up the four. The four just frees up another four. It sucks having multiple fours. That's really horrible. We have multiple fours, multiple. This is too hard. I'm not good at this game. I was gonna say yet, but I may never be good at this game. All right, so we can definitely go 8-7-6-5. That frees us another 7, which is. Oh no, we can't go 8-7-6-5 because it's the same suit. But we can put that there and then we can go 7-6-5, right? We could put this in cold storage and move this off the ace. All right. Boom. How do you like them apples? So we've got Jack 10. Or we could have done this 10. That doesn't get us this 7, though, because it's under. Let's undo. Okay. So that wasn't a bug. I don't exactly know what was going on before. All right. So this 10 on this jack doesn't get us anything because they both cover the 3. That's an interesting thing about this game. So if cards are close together, you don't necessarily have much to gain. This also doesn't give us anything because of this. Okay, if we move the 5 off, we get a 6, which still doesn't do anything for us. We could put the 5 back on the 6, right? But then we're still covering everything. I mean, we could move both the kings off and eat those slots for literally forever. This is middle right. Okay. It's like Middle Earth. It's middle right. This just seems very hard, guys. I don't. Okay, so we can free the jack. All right. By burning 2 of our slots, we could free the jack. Jack can get another one of these 10s. But the only 10 that really gives us anything is this one. It gives us an 8, which we could put the 7 on. I guess that's where. Okay, we're going to do this. All right, so jack. I mean, the jack's on top of aces, right? But we need a queen to put it on. Okay, well, we could put this jack in the thing. And then we get both aces off. And then we probably lose. It'll be our PB number of aces, though. We really need a queen, dude. The queens don't exist. Oh my god. All right. Do we have a better plan than put the 10 on the jack and put the 7 on the 8? That blocks the aces, but we don't have 2s anyway. Four 10s showing. That sucks. Yeah. All right. Let's try it. Let's try it. Boom. 7 on the 8. We almost could put these on the 9, if only. So we have a 5. Oh, God. This game is now... I'm starting to feel frustrated and angry, although a lot of the anger and frustration, I think it's built up in my nervous system from Supraland. So I don't think it's actually this game's fault. But like, I'm already like, right? And it's starting to come out here. I mean, I feel like I just lost again, right? Like, what cards can I even... Like, this is like triple ass covered. You can't even tell how covered things are, which is weird. Like what, by burning 2 slots, what could I even free? Like just the aces. Although, yeah, okay, those are right under. We could get the aces, and then we could put this 10 on a jack, and we would get this 4, which could go on one of the 5s. And then we would have like cleared out this corner, but we would lose probably. But I don't see anything else that we can do. Let's just do, once the 7 is on the 8, can the 6 of hearts be moved on top of it? Once the 7 is on the 8, I don't know. This 7 that's already on the 8? Can the 6 of hearts... Now, you can't move things that have cards on them. That's the whole point. So, right, this is the problem. To move this 6 of hearts, I need to move this card and this card. And to move this card, I need to move this card and this card. So I need to displace 4 cards just to move this one, which is horrible. If this 9 was 1 pixel lower, then I could put these down there and we'd be fine. So I guess another thing about doing a bunch of solitaire games like this in one package is the individual games just don't get that much attention. Like, I would like an easier version of this that I could learn and then be thrown into this, right? But like when you're doing 500 solitaire games, it's hard to do that because you got 499 other games to do. All right, we're going to do this. This might be a throw. I honestly have no idea what else to do. This is probably end of the game now. Okay, so this 10 can go up in the corner. And this 4, but like this doesn't give us anything. Once again, it's complete ass-tasticism because like we needed this 9 probably. Like early on, I needed to have done enough analysis to know that we needed this 9 maybe. I don't know. Can you put the 10 and jack on the bottom right now? The 10 and jack on the down here. What? How would that? If you move the 10 of hearts, okay, we would move the 10 of hearts here. Oh, you mean can you put it in empty space? I doubt it. Oh, you can. Oh, dude. I wish it would show me that I could do that. Okay, so, and in fact, you can share borders with other cards? What? All right. Okay, this changes some stuff. This changes some stuff. So we still probably lost, but okay, what could we do now? Oh, dude. Look at that. All right, well now we only lose by a pixel. All right. I like the idea of this one. I just don't know if I like this one, you know? All right, let's try again. Undo moving the 10 and put the jack in first. Too late, unless I can undo. Nope. Can't undo a reset. Sorry. Put the jack in. Did you mean up here? I don't know if that matters. All right. What have we learned? We've learned that this is hard, seemingly. Okay, let's try again. What have we got? We've got threes. That's sad. We've got two. That's offsuit. But if we threw a three, we could move it to and get a seven. We already have sevens. We could put a king over. We could go 10-9, but we already can go 10. Why do we keep getting a bunch of the same cards? It just seems unreasonable. I kind of want to throw king 10-9 over here. Go, oh, that 10's covered. Like, bro. What's under this? 8. Okay, so we could get a 10-9-8 going. We can't put the 7 on because reasons. We put the 10 over here and go 9-8-7. But again, that doesn't, the 7, this is a weird thing where the 7 is covering a lot of cards, but it by itself does not give us any cards. Can you go off the thing? Like, so if I do this, can I do this? Yes. Okay, that's some kind of auto stack when that happens. It's very confusing. Oh, it's icy. This is covered only by things that could stack with it. Wait, why did it not work? Wait, what happened? It was auto stacking and then I mean I guess I just have to do that. I don't understand. All right, now we're kind of dead. Not gonna lie. I mean, we might as well do this, right? Okay, you know, this 9-8-7 is covering aces, right? So we could have done this. Oh no, because it's the wrong one. So now we're probably covering green ace maybe, but we could maybe get red ace. I don't know. Like, why does that turn bright? Why does it turn Poppy Z bright? Might as well. I don't know, guys. I don't get it. All right. Ace. Top card. Easy. 2, top card. See, this easy game. I don't know what you guys are talking about. This game's very easy. Okay, we could find out. You can place cards when they share the edge like this. So like, yeah, okay, that frees the jack. Interestingly. Let's hold on. Well, I mean, we just don't know where we want to move the 8, but we can move it at any time. So we could put the 9 over there. We can go 9, 8, 7, 6. Right? That gives us 2 6s, which is kind of sad. But you bring the 3 over. It's an 8. We want this 3. We want the 6, 5. There, let's say. Can I move this off the 4? Dude, like, tell me where I can place it. I guess nowhere. I kind of want to... All right, well, we could put these on the jack. And that'll give us 5, 4, 3, 2, and give us that ace, right? 5. Oh, no. No! Doesn't really matter where that 5 goes. We've got 4, 3, 2 disease. This doesn't go down here, right? Yeah. So I could throw the 3 over here, and we can get the ace. That'll give us 8, which we could put these on. I don't know, guys. Oh, it's not. Ah! No! All right, so we're going to go 4, 3. Eight. Oh, no. I thought the 5 was free. I just want to be able to see cards better. See, this is really frustrating because there's a delay on it. It's like you click. No, wait, is it a hover? It's like you hover for a certain amount. It's just gross. Because like I click a lot faster than the hover is. All right, so I think we're kind of dead here again. I mean, okay, I guess we could do this, right? We could do 876 clearly. But, and it's a big but, all right, well, what's under there? 5. See, if we could move this for a second, we could put that 5 on there, and then we would have space to move this around. But we can't move this for a second. Right? Okay, we could put king over there. I'm just going to try this. That didn't really help at all, did it? If only this 5 was scooched over a little bit, we would be fine. We would go 5, 4, 3 and have slots. Anyone see anything to do, or do we reset again? So the thing that's frustrating is, like, you actually want gridding on the background so that it's divided into discrete card slots so that you know when they become free. I don't know. I mean, we don't know what percentage of these are solvable. All right. We'll take that. Well, we got 10, 9. And then Queen, Jack. But this 10, 9 does not go on that Queen, Jack, of course. Why? Because it's... Wait, can I just put stuff up here? Like, if I do this... I'm not sure how the game could even know if it's solvable or not when it's this tweaky. I mean, maybe it can know. I don't know. All right, so we are kind of burying this 2 of clubs here, which we might need. Can we put this up here? No, probably because of these. Yeah, like this is too hard for a beginner. They very easily could have made it like the difficulty knob on this, even if it's purely stochastic, it's very easy to provide adjustable difficulty in this game. You just make the play area bigger so that cards are less likely to be covered, right? And then as you get better, you shrink the play area. But like this is too hard. I can't do anything. I need to be able to play on I'm too young to die mode. So we could get ace two of diamonds now, I guess. Can I do this? Hey. All right. Yeah, you just want this to snap to a big chunky grid. Top four go to slot and place there something. I don't know what that means. So obviously this two can go, and then this jack 10-9 could go on the queen. I mean, we want this ace off, right? Oh no, we can't. We could do this. This is a little weird. It's a weird aspect of this game. All right, so we can go 8, 7. So this can go down here. Although we could have... We could have put this there and then 9, 8, 7 here. Like this 2 is just hiding under, let's see, can we move this down? Okay. Well, now we're getting somewhere, right? We can't put See, once you start opening up space, it feels like it's becoming non-linearly easy, right? Like now all of us, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's why it's tuned so hard. Is because maybe like once you get to a certain point, it's like easy all of a sudden. And he's trying to prevent it from being that easy to get to that point. That is a design thing that happens. But, and it's a big but, when that happens, it's kind of a bad sign, right? That's all I'm saying. See, like, because we can use the background space, we just have a lot of space now, I think, right? Can I move this down? No. See, like, I wish I could have better feedback about that. Okay. We need this ace. Okay, we could put this 4 on this 5. I think this is not covering the ace, even though it shares... Oh, we could just do that. Even though it shares a big chunky indie game pixel art line. I think it's not covering, right? So we could do this. Ugh, queen. Ass. Okay, but... Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, okay. So I think that's why the game is tuned so hard, right? It's because there's a very like it's a very unstable equilibrium between impossible and automatic win. But you know what? I'll be happy to get my... This also would feel a lot better if they just did the Zachtronics thing of the cards flying off the board. Because what's the point of me scanning around? Like, just make the cards fly off the board, guys. What am I paying you for otherwise? What am I paying you for? It would feel so much better. But again, when you're doing 573 solitaire games, like at this point, like we obviously won at this point, but I have to do this. Wait, is there an auto? Oh, okay. You hit S. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, there was an auto stack key, but I thought that was just for inside here. I didn't realize it would do this. It should be automatic. There's no benefit to that. This looks impossible. So I don't understand why the ace is under the 9 when in other directions you can overlap the line just fine and it's not covering. Like, what's the deal there? I mean, I feel like I've already lost. Like, I just didn't have much that I could do. All right, so we can go there. When all else fails, just hammer S and hope cards fly off the board. All right. Can this go up here? Nope. I guess the queen is a little bit feisty. See, we could basically do 5-4-3, except we kind of can't. If we put this up, we put this 7 on the 8, and then this can go on the red 8, I guess. Yeah. Like, why? I guess that's 1 pixel. I don't know. I don't know. Weird rules. Um, I mean, we're basically dead, right? I mean, unless this really does. Yeah, it's slightly too much. If this were Escape from Tarkov, you could rotate the card to fit up there. If I could move this, we could go Jack 10-9 down here, and then 9-8-7, and we'd have a bunch of slots, and we'd probably be in business, but I just can't move this. All right. Do we work on our own video game now? What's under 3? 4. 4 is under 3. Oh, I guess we could do this. But now we're still stuck here, right? All right. I mean, I like the idea of that one. You know, I think I said that it's been a while since we played one of these, but I think I said that about the last one too. I think I said I like the idea, but it didn't quite gel. Guys, that was kind of frustrating because I worked really hard before this stream. I worked like a good 11 hours and got a lot done. That was very important for the game. And then I wanted to acknowledge my hard work by having some fun gaming. And that is not what happened. Like, I need a new game that I can just play to like have fun. Have I played Chants of Sennaar? I played whatever the first Sennaar game is. I don't know if it's that one or another one. All right, everyone. We're drinking some hydrogen water and some yogurt drink. Oh, we could watch this video later. Right? We were gonna do that before and we didn't. All right, let's fix some things. Dude, art team's been checking in a lot of stuff today. I wonder if they had art meeting today. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. I have not ever enjoyed a single Metal Gear Solid game. Metal Gear. Metal Gear. Just need another Dragon Sweeper? Yeah. Dragon Sweeper, good times. Have you played Temetsi? I mean, that sounds familiar, but I don't know what that is. Is that some game played by grandmas when they knit? All right. So yeah, we're gonna simplify our room power state stuff. We had all this stuff. And I realized we don't need to be as hardcore about it. All right. So that's going to give us compile errors because, of course, code is trying to use those members. So What is this? Gem unpowers old slot. Yeah, we don't need this at all, dude. I mean, I'm going to delete room power delta. I'm going to delete all this stuff. Yeah. Oh my God. We're going to delete it all, dude. We're going to delete room. Dude, I wrote so much code for this. I don't want to delete this, but we're going to get rid of room power state. Oh my God, we're deleting so much code. We might not finish this. We're just going to do the grunt work tonight. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go table reset manager dot room power table. Okay. And then we're going to go for manager. Well, we can do this. For every gem slot. Oh yeah. Well, no. Single power is find or add manager room power table index. So this index is going to be a key that we use to put stuff into this hash table. Power.num gems one if okay. Find type at manager gem. I don't know. It's probably the wrong order of the arguments. I get this wrong all the time. Position. If gem power.num gem. This is not num. This is num slots powered. Not num gems. Okay. Num slots. Num slots powered. We don't have plus plus. Okay. Okay, so we get rid of room power state. We don't care what the maximum number of rooms in the level is. Okay, so this is going to be so much simpler, dude. Um, so we need to add this. So we need gem slot tracking. Room power table is a table that maps S32 to single room power. All right. And then when we reset entity manager, we're just going to do that. Doesn't matter where. Okay. So get room power state. I don't know. We're just going to do this. Oh no, that's wrong. That's not what we want. Get single room. Room is powered. Wait, I guess I was calling it single room power before. Yes, that's going to be confusing. All right, let's. At least I'm consistent. It's literally the same thing, except it's S8s because I was serializing it, but we're not going to serialize it anymore. Oh, deprected. If you want to succeed in the game industry, you need to deprec things. Num sockets total. Get single room. Get screen index. We don't get room power state. We say, manager room power table index. Okay. Room is powered. Room.num slots. Slots is better because that's what the entity is called. Okay, that's the same. Room is powered. Init room power state for old save files. Gone. I'm so happy to get rid of that. For old save files. I just don't need these things. Okay. We do want to do recompute room power. Actually, we want to do that no matter what. Okay. Num slots total. I guess if we called it total, we should call it total. Powered by gem, that's gone. I said groups. Slot dynamically appears. Oh my God, this was so complicated. All right, manager.slot power is dirty. Oh, I don't know. I guess we could just do this. This is going to be better. It's going to be better. Better. Yeah, this was a utility function just to reset these state variables. Look at all the code we're deleting today. It's great. We're going to do that. So we'll clear this gem powered flag. Otherwise, we will set the gem powered flag. Do we have a gem powered flag? Probably not. Beam powered. Gem powered. Okay. We're not even concerned about getting all this working tonight. We might. It'll be a bonus, but we're just getting through the drudgery. Look at all this crap. We gotta do a reaping at some point. Where we get rid of all these things. Look at all these crapolas. Okay. So do we... Yeah, these shouldn't be here. Okay. 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 When we recompute room power, we're going to do this. This is a very fast operation. Okay. What? 55. Okay. That's old code. We might as well just do all these. Powering slot. Okay, we need to get rid of those. Not many. Okay, just move transaction. Stashed powering slot. We get rid of that. We get rid of that. We get rid of that. Oh. Frick. Okay, we just want this to work. So the problem is we're doing sound effects here. And yeah. Let's get rid of the stored screen index as well. Um, like the sound effects tend to be edge triggered, right? By which I mean they happen when the state changes. And that's a little bit annoying because you don't want them for all state changes because, you know, if you're doing an undo and that changes the state, you don't want it to play the sound. So, not in this game. Anyway, yeah. So, I don't. What? Oh. All right, that was there, I guess. Okay, so no, we didn't get all those. Oh, this was the sound effects that we were trying to comment out. Okay. Powered by Gem. That's all commented out. Great. Powered by Gem. Update Gem beam powering. Ah. Okay. I also don't know if I deleted some sound effects. We can look at source control, figure that out. Whatever is left in. Okay, whatever. I don't. So 230, section 230. So now we're going to have some other variables. Gem powered. Not how could you dare think it was powered by Gem? It is Gem powered. My name is Howard and I am Gem powered. All right. Okay. So I'm putting a no check in because somewhere we're going to want to call this code if the power state is dirty. Can I comment that out? If we want such a command in the future, it'll be different. So this was to draw things. Okay, so this is a little bit different. We're just going to no check in this for now. This is drawing visuals on the screen of what rooms are powered, and we'll do this for now. Actually, no, this is actually fine. Sorry, I thought we needed to iterate over all rooms, but we don't. We iterate over all rooms here in this parallel data structure. We set them to 0. So we only need to do the things that are powered, and that is easy. So we go for value key manager.room power table. This is, whoops, room index. And this is room. Yeah, this overlay control, this was written by somebody else. I don't like how complicated that is either, but that's a separate issue than what we're doing right now. Remember we changed sockets to slots. All right, slot destroyed. Oh my God, we compiled, guys. Oh, that's great. That's really all I really wanted to do tonight, because from here, it's pretty straightforward. Because this is much simpler than the system that we already made almost work. So we just have to hook up all the things now. Are the V1 to 5 things version tags? Yes. Is there a place to learn how they work? I don't know. I might have done a talk about it at some point. Do you ever get bored of programming where the thrill of problem solving is eroded and you just feel like you're staring at a glowing screen looking at semantics and it's hard not to deconstruct the experience? Um, I don't have that issue. Here's what I would say. The thrill of problem solving is probably something that gets you into programming, right? Because it's like, oh my God, you can make a computer do this? That's crazy, right? And it's exciting. I remember when I was a kid being just really excited about making computers do basic stuff. But like, look, if you're a decent programmer, you're going to do that thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And it's pretty normal to not feel the same way after thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of times, right? But you get different, the feelings are different, right? The feelings are more like, oh man, I did a really big, complicated thing that took a long time. And it's not really a thrill because it was a bigger, harder problem, but it's like satisfaction, longer term satisfaction, right? Or just like, it's a way of practicing the art of being an interesting, intelligent human being. And it's your particular way because your style of programming and all that isn't going to be like anyone else's. And most people can't program anyway. And we have passed the time in human history where the peak number of people know how to program, right? It's downhill from here for obvious reasons. So, um, like that's pretty cool. And so it's not the same feeling as when you were new. But like that's not the same with anything. And so why would you expect it to be the same with anything? Like if you never drove a car before and you're learning how to drive a car, it's pretty exciting. But if you're that excited when you should just be driving down the road calmly much later, it's like that's a little bit sus in it, as the English dudes would say. So they should all work much better. I guess we didn't even use, because I deprecated that saved room slot, and I guess we deleted all the code that used it. Tometsi is hex cells. And the shapes aren't symmetrical. Well, I don't know what hex cells is. I'm sure I played that a long time ago, but I don't know what it is. Okay. Maybe we just watch a video now. Do you guys want to watch this rendering video? Because I did a lot of work. All right, let me get another drink and we will queue up the rendering video. You've been very depressed lately. Well, here's the thing. If you're very depressed, there's basically two sources of that. One is you're just not thriving physically, and your body is telling you that, right? You're eating a lot of junk food, which, by which I mean most of what's advertised as healthy food today is actually trash and will make your body feel like crap. You know, and exercise is important. If you're not exercising, your body knows that it's atrophying and decaying, and it wants you to do something different, right? Depression is being unhappy about the way things are in a deeper way than just normal unhappiness, right? Okay. So that's one source is physical, and the other source is, of course, uh, mental slash spiritual, right? Which is just, are you doing what you're meant to do in life, right? Are you fulfilling your responsibilities and your purpose? And do you even know what those things are? And if the answer is no, here's the thing. We live in a society all across the West where the common line is like, you're stupid if you believe in meaning and purpose and all that stuff. You're supposed to just be chilling and have a lot of casual sex and get some abortions and not really find anyone and settle down because that's not how we do things anymore. So, you know, the population's going to just keep shrinking and we'll die off, but that's fine because we're all bad people anyway and we're polluting the earth, right? And if you buy into that paradigm, then of course you're depressed. Like it's that paradigm is intended to depress and demoralize you. That's what it's for. Okay? So you just have to examine those beliefs if that's part of what's bringing you down and see if they're really true. But of course, I don't really know what your particular situation is. What I can tell you, I used to get depressed a lot. I don't anymore. The worst that I get is just like a very, very mild malaise, which is understandable after working on the same project for 10 years. Right? But um, even that is very brief and very fleeting. And so for somebody who used to get depressed a lot, like that's a tremendous improvement. So it's possible. It's quite possible to improve your situation. Don't listen to people who say depression is just bad brain chemicals and you have to see a therapist and like take meds. That's not true. That's not true for probably most people. It might be true, I don't know. It might be true in a small percentage of cases, but like that is our society's standard response, and it's really not the case and doesn't solve anything. Talking to somebody forever in order to perpetuate your idea of what your problems are and taking meds that don't really change anything don't solve anything, right? And when you're depressed, one of the things that you feel deep down is the deep desire that things were not the way that they are, right? And like there are two ways out of that. One is radical acceptance, which works for some people, and one is just to change the way things are, which honestly is not that hard most of the time. But talking to a therapist is probably not going to change the way things are, and taking meds is probably not going to change the way things are. Not really. For the last 2 years, you were also feeling life has no meaning. Then you knew it has no meaning, so you stopped caring. Well, here's the thing. There is a paradox there. You're right to point out a paradox there. But also, if you think that you know that life has no meaning, then I would suggest that you're being presumptuous. I would suggest that you can't possibly know that. All right, let's go to this video. You're going to have to let me know how we are on desktop volume. How's that? Ideally, I could make little comments and it's good.
Talem 1 Exiles. My name is Alexander Sannikov. I am a senior graphics programmer of Grinding Gear Games. Some of you might remember me from the previous ExileCon when I did a presentation of the graphics techniques that we used in Path of Exile back then. Boy, do I have more for you. And I also want to go, this time I want to go deeper in explaining how these techniques actually work. So it's probably going to get quite intense. I guess brace yourselves. There's a lot of stuff. The first technique, let's just get right onto it. The first technique I want to talk to you about is flowing materials. It's a very basic technique that is used everywhere in our game.
That actually looks kind of bad close up. You can see that it's like a noise-based texture warp.
It's a pretty typical effect. So how do we do this? Well, let's break it down. This is an effect that is driven by a velocity map. So the goal is to have a texture that flows according to some flow that we calculate from somewhere.
But, you know, if the camera's far enough away, it's fine.
Provided as a texture or we calculate it. The way you'd naively try to do this is, what if you try to apply a displacement to a texture and then just keep increasing that displacement over time? Well, this is what it creates. It creates this nasty warp texture. You just cannot keep distorting the texture indefinitely. So how do we solve this problem? Well, the way this problem is solved is usually you have layers. So you see this layer appears, shifts a little bit, and then disappears. It fades in, shifts a little bit, fades out. And then if we apply 2 of these layers that shift.
So here's what I would say about this. We'll watch the rest of this, but like, unless there's dynamic objects affecting the flow direction, like something can get thrown into the lava and it'll make things pull that way, then there's no reason to do all this, because you should just make a flipbook animation and artists can control that much better, right? That's what I would say. You just make like a 30 frame flipbook animation or 30 FPS flipbook animation. And it's like, you know, or even 15 FPS and interpolate between. And it's fine.
Out of sync with each other, you get a perfectly smooth transition from one to another. So you don't see how they actually fade. But we went further. This technique has a downside that if you stare carefully enough, you can see the fading between these two layers, because when entire layer fades out and then the other layer fades
Yeah,
in, you
that's
can see
true
some
as
sort of
well.
transition. The way you can solve this is you can also apply some sort of a noise to each of these layers to create this more random looking, more organic looking transition, so that each layer flows, but instead of fading in and out entirely, it has some sort of noise applied to it. And if we apply two of these layers together, then it looks much smoother. It looks like much smoother transition. So we use this for lava, for water, for any sort of liquid, basically.
Yeah, again, if there's no dynamic component, I just don't know why that's not a flipbook. Because the thing is, the great thing about flipbooks is your artist can generate them literally however they want, using whatever offline tool that they want. And then you can blend layers just like he's talking about here as well, right? Now, if you thought that was going to take too much memory because you have way too many flipbooks, then that's a consideration. But I don't know.
By the way, for this specific technique, I prepared.
How would you solve tiling with a flipbook? The pre-generated textures already tile. That's what we do in the current game. It's so in the old days, it was hard to generate tiling textures. You had to do it by hand because no tools would do it. But nowadays, all kinds of texture generation tools will just make things that tile. So it's kind of a non-issue if you have real tools now.
A shader toy demonstration, because I very frequently I'm asked this question: how do I start programming graphics? Like, what do I do if I want to start graphics programming? Well, I always answer that, in my opinion, the best thing to learn graphics is just do graphics. Try programming shaders, and a great way to start programming shaders is get a shader that works. For example, this shader that I provided here that implements this effect, and just start hacking it. You can modify, you can see.
That's pretty cool how
here's a link, and
that's pretty cool how he's showing
just experiment with it and learn.
You know, well, I don't know what all four are, but the one in the lower left is the noise modulated interpolation, right?
Next technique that I called subsurface.
Like it's the different component. I think it was 2 layers, the interpolation and the final result. You meant that effect of looking at water and seeing the repetition. Well, here's the thing. So just like he was talking about using that noise pattern to control interpolation between 2 layers, you can do that for anything. So, for example, you could have 2 layers of water and they tile at a certain interval, but then you use this very larger low frequency noise to blend between them at a way that breaks up the tiling, right? Another way is just to blend them with an effect that's not tiling, right? So in our game, we have this great FFT water thing that Tobias wrote, and it is inherently not a tile. Well, it's tiling, but at a very, very large size. And so, you blend that and it helps break up tiling, right? There's all sorts of things.
Ray marching. Here's an example of what it allows to do. You're going to see a lot of Ranger because we typically use the modal for all our tests. So what is ray marching? Ray marching is a process in computer graphics of rendering any sort of volumetric material. So when you have fog, when you have water, when you have some sort of material that transmits light and doesn't block it entirely. Challenges of ray marching is that it usually involves some sort of a loop. When you ray march through a volume, you need to apply light, you need to calculate lighting for every step of your ray. And that's typically very expensive. But you can see that a lot of games still do this, because if you have to render a volume, there is nothing else you can do, so you do this anyway. But there is a better way. What if we ray march in a texture space instead? Then we don't need to store actually a 3D volume data. We can just use a single 2D texture and derive multiple layers from it. So here's an illustration how this can work. Blue is a view ray, orange is a surface that we are rendering, and there is a bunch of parallel planes that are subsurface planes. So we can calculate texture coordinates for these subsurface planes, and if we align them together, they look like a volume. So here's an example of what it looks like.
I don't understand. I hope he explains it some more, because I don't get it, what he is saying here.
Looks like. For example, you see multiple volumes of water, sort of debris floating, and you see the nice parallax between them. Another example. You can also do a bunch of effects that look, they all look like there is multiple surfaces, but they all actually...
Is this the standard, like, fur thing, like we did in The Witness?
One surface, and the look of multiple surfaces created in the shader by introducing multiple layers that are blended in the shader. Some more examples. This is a life orb that we planned to use for the UI, but unfortunately it's making an ExcelCon. But you can go further. The thing that you can also do is you can use data that is already present on your screen to calculate color of each volume. And what it allows is it allows you to calculate lighting of a surface only once and then reuse that information multiple times to render multiple layers. This is how we can render stuff like fur. And actually this technique I noticed is used in quite a lot of games recently, but I don't think it has like enough academic weight so that people publish papers about it. Different companies keep using similar techniques.
This looks pretty bad, so... I don't know. Maybe, again, if things are really small on the screen, it's okay, but I would expect the error to go up the smaller things are on the screen.
Inventing similar clever techniques, but nobody really talks about them because, well, I don't know why. I just think these ideas are worth sharing, and they're worth knowing about. Another example is some bear with an isotropic...
That looks not that bad, but...
some more experiments with the Ranger. The way these techniques function is they rely heavily on this transformation called TBN. TBN is a basis that allows us to translate small steps in world space into small steps in UV space. So this way, when we are ray marching a world ray, we can also calculate small offsets in a texture. It's used in lots of other techniques such as parallax mapping, etc., etc. It's not like a new invention, but if you are interested in computer graphics, I really advise you to familiarize yourself.
So that is kind of a fake technique in the sense that, like, information is lost. Like, you know, obviously you can't for real do this because things are occluded and whatever. You only see what's in front. So that's where, in part, where the inaccuracies come from.
Just because of the huge range of effects you can implement with it. Next technique I want to discuss, by the way, uses TBN base as well, is called subsurface shadows. This is an example of a technique that allows to render translucent sort of shadows. So like imagine, for example, if there is a shadow in smoke, you don't see a hard shadow, it gets blurred along the light direction. And typically in order to simulate these shadows,
is that looks a little too extreme for anything.
You again need to employ volume.
I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I understand. Is this really a thing where shadows are much more distorted in the direction of the light than they are orthogonal? That doesn't make that much sense to me because like smoke essentially is a bunch of molecules that bounce photons essentially in a random direction, right? So like I would guess that if you're in smoke, I mean obviously if you're in very dense smoke, you're not going to see a shadow, right? But if you're in mild smoke, it would just make your shadow more fuzzy than it already is. But uniformly, is that wrong? I don't understand the basis for wanting anisotropy here, is what I'm saying. Let's test it. Yeah, I'll burn my house down and see what my shadow looks like. Like I don't understand.
which can be quite expensive. But there is a much cheaper way. And the way this can be done, the reason why it can be implemented this way is because typical shadow map implementation involves an operation called percentage closed filtering, which is a loop that samples texture in a small radius to create this blurry look. But if there is already a loop, the cost, the expensive part of a shadow mapping operation is already paid. So we have come up with this idea of what if we use the same loop to also ray march along the ray and also blur the shadow not only in a radius but in depth as well. And this is basically how it works. You can create
okay,
for
that
free
makes sense.
because the cost is already paid of PCF. The cost is already paid. We can just spread our samples instead of spreading them in radius. Just spread them along a ray. You get
That makes a lot of sense. It's just I don't understand the motivation for the technique. But that might just be me not realizing something basic. Shadows are sharper close to the shape. Yeah, but that's not if you look at what he's doing, he's doing shadows that are blurry, much blurrier in one direction than in another direction. And that direction is for some reason not even the direction of the light. Like look, like you see how you know it's doing a smear like this way, right? But the light is this way. So I don't even understand what's happening here. It's an arbitrary angle. Yeah. It just, it's weird. It looks to me more like they just wanted a cool effect with shadows that are very blurry. And it's cheaper to do that in one dimension than in both dimensions, right? And if he would just say that, then maybe I would get it. But I don't understand. This just looks bad to me. I don't understand what it is. Right? So by definition, the light is coming this way. Because that's where the shadow is, right? So the light's coming this way. It's being occluded by the body. That's why you have a shadow. And so what you would expect, if it's sunlight, for example, which it looks like this is, then so the sun is a disk of a certain size, right, relative to where you're standing. And you would expect the shadow to be uniformly blurred by the size of that disk in a it's basically if you did like a little blur tool in Photoshop, like around the edge of the shadow is what you would expect to see. But this like super blur in a direction that is off by like 15 degrees from the direction of the sun, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Next technique that we have employed, we called contact parallax. This is an example of what it looks like. A very typical problem that comes with artists.
I wish they would slow this down. I want to like see it. That looks pretty okay.
excessively overusing parallax, because artists love parallax, obviously, is that in order for parallax
Well, okay, it's parallax, so you can't really tell how it looks unless the camera's moving, right?
surfaces to intersect with each other, you need to either write fragment depth for each fragment of a parallax surface, or do something similar, but it's very expensive, because if a fragment writes depth, the shader becomes very expensive. However, there is a much better way that avoids writing depth. Oh, by the way, another significant drawback of writing depth, it also creates nasty aliasing, because when a parallax mapped surface intersects with another surface, it creates nasty aliasing that is very hard to get rid of. But there is a much better way. What if you just get rid of the depth test, and what if you just fade surfaces? So here's an example of a surface
Yeah, so that's a very, this is a very typical technique, right? So when you do depth test in your shader, it's an all or nothing thing, right? You're like, I'm either going to draw these pixels or I'm not. And so you get sharp edges, right? And what he's saying here is, instead of getting those sharp edges because of interpenetrating things, just do a blend. And this is this is common sense, what he's talking about here.
Here's an example of a surface. Yellow is a surface, and it intersects with this black ground here. But instead of
I don't care about this, so we're going to keep going.
Talks about specification ideas. Very prolific problem in PoE specifically, and honestly in many.
So we do projective decals in the Sokoban game too. So let's see what he has to say about them.
Other games. This is rendering decals. What is a decal? Decal is basically a flat surface that you want to make it look like it's sitting on the ground. But very typical problem that happens when you try to do this is your surface intersects the ground ever so slightly, and you get these nasty intersection lines when your surface, your decal, intersects the ground. And there is sort of workarounds that people employ to mitigate this problem. For example, lifting decals slightly above ground. There is another technique called projective decals that has a lot of drawbacks. It's also very expensive. So while thinking about, like, what do we do about this problem, you see like this nasty line. The reason why this line appears is because of depth test. Again, because when two surfaces intersect, only one of them
he's just going to say blend
the one
again,
that is
right?
closer to you. So either one surface wins the depth test, either the ground or the decal, and you always can see only one of them. So we asked ourselves, what if we just get rid of the depth test? And
this is just common sense again.
If you just disable depth test completely and replace it again with smooth fade, this allows us to surf the sound as none of the drawbacks of the typical decals, and they're very easy for artists to set up. So here is how this very easy skill that I think is even without this technique. Again, it's not exactly a novel technique. It's used.
I don't like motion vectors.
Can distort source frame. The technique.
Motion vectors are crap.
One idea. Let's try to by version motion. It looks like bent. Another technique I want to discuss today is bent normal shadows. Here's what it looks like. Bent normal shadows on, bent normal shadows off. Here's a comparison side by side. On the left, bent normal shadows off, bent normal shadows on. The problem they're solving is that when we have a texture of a material that contains in it some big geometry, for example, a normal map, this texture never encodes information about shadowing. So normal maps don't shadow themselves, if I put it this way. So how do we overcome this problem? How do we make it so that the map encodes information?
This is not a very good... Like, it takes a while to look at this and see the difference and understand what he's saying is better. Like, what you really want here is to zoom in on some area like down here on both and be like, look, this one's more shadowed. Here's why. And you want to show like the triangles and the mesh and all that.
Geometry, for example, a normal map. This texture never encodes information about shadowing. So normal maps don't shadow themselves, if I put it this way.
Motion vectors, what they're for is like shitty anti-aliasing techniques like temporal anti-aliasing and stuff like that. Right? All the stuff that real gamers hate is what are motion vectors for.
So how do we overcome this problem? How do we make it so that the micro details in a normal map also cast shadows onto each other? Well, actually, the answer is that the information needed for this is already encoded into the normal map. It's encoded in AO. Ambient occlusion is a map that encodes information about adjacent geometry to every point. And we can actually reuse that information to cast shadows. Yeah, what if we use baked occlusion for this? The way it works is
Motion
for
blur,
every
yeah, that's
point,
true.
we can define a
I mean, motion blur is temporal anti-aliasing. They're kind of the same thing.
cone that is guaranteed to not occlude any light that's coming from within this cone. The angle of this cone can be derived from AO, and the direction of this cone can be derived from a thing called bent normals. So bent normals basically, for each surface point, defines the direction that the light is most visible from. So this is the direction that you least expect to see a shadow from. So this is obviously an approximation, but it's a pretty neat approximation because we can use even normals or LOD of a normal, or mipmap of a normal, for the bent normal direction. We can use AO for the angle of the cone to create self-shadowing for very cheaply. It's almost free, applying this thing to a shadow, in a shadow shader. And this is actually the technique that we use for lighting on the PoE UI. Like, actually, the UI is completely 2D, but all the shadows that you see from in-game light sources are done with bent normals. Next subject, GPU particles.
That's a cool effect.
GPU particles is, here's an example of what it looks like. This is one of the very early tests. Do you recognize the Ranger? The point of GPU particles is if you have a finite amount of time, for example, 1 frame, where would you rather spend this 1 frame worth of calculation, for example, 1 millisecond, on the CPU or on the GPU? Well, the answer is it really depends on what exactly you're calculating. For example, calculating gameplays, if you know some particles, GPU is interacting with the ground, and with our GPU, you can calculate many more particles in your CPU. Here's another example. Specific upon the of how hard and just for just to give you the idea. This is the effect that I'm talking about. So basically, when waves wash up on the shore, they dissipate, etc., etc. So the unfortunate part about this task is that there is almost nothing you can pre-calculate. Like, even approaching this task, like, what do they even do? It's a pretty complex, very important thing, and try to make them as independent as possible. The geometry, there is going to be a change that the only point. Let's is the zones. You see these parallel zones, and within each zone there is a layer that carries one wave. I am here applying a noise to this wave that shapes it in the maximum possible amplitude. So this noise is just a sine wave that goes from -1 to 1. So the wave cannot be deformed any more than this. And this is very important. Let me show you why. Because if we apply 2 of these layers, you need these layers to never intersect with each other. Because the shader only calculates 2 layers for any given point. And if we allow the waves to deform any more than this, then they would start overlapping and the shader would stop working. That's why I brought up the allowed range. So again, what happened here is there is 1 layer, then I color in a different way, then I overlay multiple layers, and you see we are already creating sort of a seamless thing that where 1 wave overlaps correctly with another wave. Next thing is we color it in a more natural way. Then we replace the sine wave dummy noise with just a texture noise that looks nicer. Next step is we apply some sort of screening on top of each one of these layers. Then we apply distortion to make these layers more organic, and that's how we get the final effect, basically. So just to get through this again, this is layers. Then we overlap these layers, then we color them, then we apply more organic noise, more noise, and this is the final effect that you get. Next technique.
He doesn't let you look at it long enough. Like, let me see the effect.
A lot of previous techniques, they all often intertwine. Like you see, most of these techniques use, for example, TBN bases in some sense. Most of these techniques use fields. So what is fields? Fields allow creating any sort of liquid-looking surfaces. Basically, when opacity of a surface is in some way connected to it.
Yeah, so this one here, this is essentially like a noise function with a boost in sort of this egg shape, right? But as it goes up, you just raise your threshold for what the noise
which is almost the case for liquids. So whenever a liquid dissipates, it has like
and
a
that's why it's
normal.
disappearing.
When it doesn't dissipate, it has like a horizontal normal. So this basically allows creating sort of blobs. The way field is not an our invention thing. They are widely used in all sorts of shader demos and demo scene. It's a very popular technique. But for some reason, well, it rarely gets into the hands of artists. Like demo sceners use this
It's because they're really expensive, dude.
thing all the time, but for some reason VFX artists don't use it that often. And I decided, like, how can we expose it to artists? How can we give them this tool that allows them to create liquid surfaces?
It's a pretty good font.
Basically, a field is, simply put, is just a value and the vector that says how much this value changes. So basically, it's a value plus its gradient. And then you can add these fields just by adding a value and its gradient. You can multiply them the same way how you add a value and the gradient, et cetera, et cetera. You can do all sorts of operations that you usually do with just a floating point value, but you can do them with a field. And this field carries information about a surface opacity and at the same time about the normal associated with the surface. So it basically allows conducting all sorts of surface operations with preserving correct normals that react correctly to light, that react correctly to rotations. Here's another example of fields, which is a Druid skill volcano that's done with fields. Again, can be. And the
He's just blasting through these a little too fast. I don't know.
last but not least, probably my
Like, what? Did you do something to make the field rendering fast? I don't know.
proudest achievement that I want to discuss. Global illumination. What is global illumination? Well, global illumination is the process of light bouncing between surfaces. Here is what it looks like if this scene has global illumination on. Here's the same scene without global illumination off. You can see that light gets propagated from really bright areas into darker areas. And the way that this process works is each point of the scene casts light onto every other point of the scene. And every point
Yeah,
part of none of them really fit us. To screen space global illumination based on variance. Game that shipped with a screen space global illumination that really and parts of our screen space shadow in a much lower resolution. So our shadows are implemented via these cascades. So you see the first cascade higher calculate different mapping algorithm with cascaded shadow maps. And I really wanted to adapt this property to our lighting. Implement global illumination is with radiance probes. Radiance probes, so if I'm that every time fewer much probes, since 3D was very hard, so I just decided to do a 2D test. By the way, 2D works. This is in closer detail how these cascades work. And if I change the cascades, they converge to proper lighting. So this is final image, and this is how it is constructed, construction from these cascades. Well, let's see in closer detail how these cascades work. On the left, you see a grid of cascades, where a grid of probes, where each probe casts just 4 rays. So you see like 4 rays from this probe, 4 rays from this probe, etc. Just a grid of probes. The right cascade contains fewer probes, but each probe casts more rays. But the question is, how many rays do we get if we combine these two cascades? It gets very messy. You cannot really read easily what's happening on the left image, just what happens when I combine the probes. But if you look at every individual probe, we can see that we can actually construct 8 rays per probe. These rays are not perfect. They are slightly bent. You see, well, rays are normally straight lines, right? But these rays are slightly bent. However, if we make these segments shorter, they will start approximating lines more and more perfectly. So we can actually, this thing converges to perfect rays. But there is 8 rays per probe, and there is 16 probes. So the first image contains 64 segments. The second one contains 32 segments. But when we combine them, we can create 128 rays total. Well, this is curious. This means that if we increase the number of these cascades, so I have just shown 3, right? The number of rays that we cast with increasing number of cascades is 64, 128, 256, it's power of 2. But the total cost for calculating these cascades approaches a constant. We can calculate 100 cascades at almost the same cost as we
He's inconsistent about his comma versus period here.
calculate one cascade because
Confusing.
other that there are infinite when you get how implementation of my first implementation was 2D. Well, long story short, we did get there. We did implement this algorithm in 3D. Here is how it works. This is the first cascade. You see it captures information about only in tiny vicinity of each point. Basically, it looks like bad AO that you typically see in games. Next cascade captures longer field information, and it's lower frequency. Next contains even lower frequency, and so on. So we create this hierarchy of probes, where when each level of hierarchy captures only a specific range of radiance of light, basically. But then the magic happens when we combine them all. Because this way, we can get details of all scales, from fine details to very long distance details in the same image, by combining information from all of the hierarchy levels. This is how we encode, for those you graphics program aficionados, this is how we encode screen space probes, basically in these tiny grids. You can see that this level contains these tiny probes, there is a lot of them. And this level contains much larger probes, and there is much less of them. But the memory that each layer, that each cascade level contains actually decreases the more cascades you have. So the first cascade is the more expensive one. Weirdly enough, the cascade that contains the tiniest bit of occlusion is the most expensive one, and they get exponentially cheaper the more cascades you have. Here is the implementation of the same technique in 2D. So the previous one, I always implement these like...
So when he talks about how many rays, he's talking about, I guess, doing the fake world space walk from screen space thing in n directions and summing it up or whatever. Interesting. So the question about this kind of technique, guys, because it's screen space, in like a first person view like this, the question is, how stable is it as you move the camera around?
90%.
That's what I want to know, looking at this, and he's not moving the camera around.
Pet engine, but then I implemented in PoE. So this is, again, Glowing Ranger, classic, lighting the scene with only indirect light. I should have probably mentioned this before, but calculating light from emissive surfaces is computationally equivalent to calculating light from directly lit surfaces. It's
like if you don't show a moving camera or animating object or anything like that, technique does not have to be screen space. But I think what he was talking about there was screen space, right? Path of Exile has a fixed camera. Like, what? No. You're telling me you can't zoom and you can't pan?
the same thing for a GI. That's why it's very typical to test global illumination algorithms by just having.
You can zoom, you can't pan. Okay. So this is the kind of thing that you really, I mean, I guess the audience for this talk is just like players and enthusiasts. So that's maybe why he's not going into depth on this. But, you know, in a real talk about this technique, you would explain why you're getting away with it.
Emissive objects. This implementation that we have in game uses screen space information, it uses screen space probes, but actually it can also be used in, for other games. It might be more appropriate to use the same hierarchy of cascades in world space.
Like the thing that I see looking at this, right? You've got these bugs are glowing. And then down here, you can see sort of mock banding noise between, actually there's a shit ton of mock banding in this whole image, and maybe you just hope that by the time you layer a texture on that, you don't see it anymore. But like you can sort of see quantization artifacts here from the limited number of probe directions or whatever reason. And like, that's always the kind of thing that looks way worse in motion than it does in a still image. So that's like, I want to see this in motion.
And this demo that I also posted on my channel actually does
And he's
just
not
that.
showing it.
It has no screen space information. It's fully world space information, which means that.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that I know that it looks bad. I'm just saying that traditionally that kind of artifact would look very flickery and noisy over time unless you TAA fix it, which just makes your whole game blurry. He just badmouthed TAA a few slides ago, so I would assume that that's not what they're doing, but maybe it is.
It can calculate light sources behind the camera, which we don't have in PoE, which we don't need to worry about. By the way, this technique, since it basically allows encoding light reaching every point from every direction, we can also use it to calculate specular, so basically reflections.
So the other problem with a technique like this, he said it doesn't do light behind the camera, but we don't have that. And that's true. But what about when there's a light just off screen and you're panning the camera toward that light? Like what then? Like normally what you would get is just some sort of halo of darkness around the edges of the screen that lights up as you move toward things. Maybe you can pass that off as stylistic, but it would be a limitation of this technique.
So here you see one of the
in
dungeons
screen space
made of mirror materials. We can
maybe an overscan. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. So that would be, you would render more of the scene than you see on the screen. But the problem with that is, you know, the squared law, right? Like even a moderate amount of overscan distance costs you a huge number of pixels, right? And that's slowing down your frame rate by like a substantial proportion. And it only gives you some distance. Like it just sort of means your lights cannot have a very big radius attached, which is not great.
calculate specular GI the same way. Here is.
But again, I mean, maybe they have fixes for this. Maybe they're doing something smart, but he's not talking about it here.
Same thing. You can see the highlights on the curtain from like a porcelain-like material that has a specular part in its lighting model. Here is another example of specularly lit scene. And here's an example of a combined diffuse plus specular in-game. This implementation is even faster than our previous one. So basically, all global illumination solutions converge to the same result. Because the correct result is known. That's why I'm not even showing you side-by-side comparison, because if two global illumination algorithms are correct, they should produce the same image. The question is how quickly they produce this image. And this algorithm just scales so much better than everything else I've ever seen. It scales even better than our previous one, even though the previous one was pretty good, honestly. So yeah, this property of absolute double dipping in double exponentials when each cascade captures twice more, and you're the
Okay,
right
so
now, so if you've got
Q&A. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to evaluate. I mean, different games are different. Different techniques work better or worse in different games. And that was not, you know, that was a breadth-oriented talk where he was talking about a lot of techniques in a shallow way for each technique. Whereas in reality, you know, if you were giving a graphics talk at a professional conference for graphics programmers, you would be much more likely to take a small number of techniques and go into greater depth in them. Yeah, I have never done this kind of like screen space faking world space walk technique, but a lot of engines do it. Unreal Engine does it all over the place, which is, and you know, in Unreal Engine games, you tend to see these kind of artifacts, you know. Like if you guys remember when I was playing the Riven re-release, there's like weird stuff that happens. Has any game got it right? Well, the thing to understand is that, you know, the history of computer graphics is a history of doing very hacky approximations because the real thing that happens in the real world is way too expensive and you couldn't possibly do it, right? That's literally everything in computer graphics. And so when you say, has any game got it right? It's like, well, no game can actually do what happens in reality. So they have to pick some hacky approximation or other. That's just how it is. And so the art is picking one that works for your game. If I made a game with a very dynamic map, what would the approach be? I would not use a screen space technique for this ever. I just don't like them, um, visual quality wise. So I would do some other way of approximating global illumination. It depends. So when you say very dynamic map like that, okay, that's a high level descriptor, but like dynamic how, right? What kinds of situations do you need to handle specifically? And that can start telling you what to think about. Yeah, rays bounce a lot in real life. A lot, a lot. Fortnite type of situation, lots of destruction and building of walls, floors, ceilings. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, it's, I can't give you a good answer offhand because this is just not the type of thing that I spend most of my time thinking about. Now, one thing about Fortnite that might help you design a custom solution is that the walls are like a standardized size, right? That might help. But really, this is just not my department. I don't spend that much time thinking about rendering, except the degree to which I think about rendering from day to day is just when we're talking about what works for this game that we're working on, and you know, how good is it for this game, and then I have to at least think about that to help participate in the discussion. Yeah, all of these things, because these are all hacks, again, it's like it's just very specific to what game are you making. Sometimes sometimes you can do a thing that's insanely specific to your game that literally no other game would consider because it wouldn't make sense for them, and it helps you a lot. Like that happens sometimes. Okay, so I don't think this is actually bad. Okay. Now we had some other dirty flag. This is in do entity disappearance cleanup. Oh, by the way, we never set this to false. And then, okay, hold on. I just want to make sure when we do undo. Literally, what? I guess we don't do that. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. So does undo work currently? Powered, powered, not powered, not undo. Nope. No, sir, it does not. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. So the reason I did this is because I want to do that. Okay. So we might smash stuff in here. Let's see. So do we set reevaluate lights? If something disappears, okay. So this should work now. Powered, no, undo, powered, not powered. Easy clap. So now what? Do we do a Benny test? You're curious how the pink leaves had that subsurface color transmission stuff that casts pink light down to the ground. Just pre-computed global illumination. We have articles about it on the blog. All right, we're going to do Benny test in the debugger. Just because chances of hitting an assertion are non-zero, especially with that assert that I just put in. I would bet that we may hit that. All right. My time rate is not high enough. Hey. What did I tell you? Okay, so this is Sky Druid Maze. Easy. Remember that. Level Sky Druid Maze. All right. Well, we set it to dirty literally in the beginning. All right. Okay, disappearance cleanup. And the initial state. The problem is We call this from a bunch of places. We'll handle this. Hey, it happened again. But that just means see, we destroy stuff. That's very messy, honestly. Very messy. Really? Is it literally the first frame? Yeah, I just hit reset and then. Wait, hold on. Does it happen from literally moving at all? Yes. Why? Okay, first of all, ain't no gems or slots in this entire level. Okay, I would like to point that out. Let's double, triple verify that. Gem. Gem slot. Ain't none. So this is a very, very basic issue. All right, so we're running. And I'm going to break in simulate. Okay. So So, manager room power state is dirty. True. This is literally supposed to set it to false. Recompute. Oh, this. Remember that? Remember that? Uh-huh. 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 Okay, that was a dunce move right there. That was a dunce move. You'll note though that key to fast debugging was noticing ain't no power in this whole level, dude. All right. Cool. Let's go. Okay, we gotta tone down the audio for you guys. I'm sure you love that. All right. We're gonna have breakpoints. All right, well, we're just gonna let that go for a bit. It's in debug build. If it goes for a while without asserting, then we'll switch to release build. Because we want to Benny test the whole thing. And this will just take a long time, probably. We're at 15 levels. Yeah. You know what? Let's do release build. Because release build will assert, it just won't be as easy to know what's going on, but we can then see what the level was and do it that way. All right. So feels weird looking at this. I haven't played this in a long time. 18, 19, 20 on the 17. That's great. We gotta do that, right? It's retrograde. We always do retrogrades. I mean, I guess we could leave this for a second. But like 21, dude, it's right there. 10 on the 9, 3 on the 4. Let's just do that. All right. 10, 9, 8. That's a retrograde. Easy. 5, 4, 3. See, if we had done this the other way, we could have done that. But this 6 still has nowhere to go, so it doesn't matter that much. Still compiling. Still compiling. So we've got Jack 10 for the queen. 7, 6, 5. Yeah. Okay. So there, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. What do we do now? 16 will go, by the way, if we move this. So we'd get green 2, 16 Arcana. 2 would not. Oh, this can go here. Don't know why I didn't do that. 2 could go on the 3. Or 3 could go on the 2. We don't have any cards. Gotta get some cards. Gotta get some cards. Oh God, are we rebuilding shaders? Yes. we're doing a thing with shaders. It means we spend longer rebuilding them at startup sometimes. All right. Not for players, but for us in development. Okay, so what do we do here? 2, 7 on the 6. I'm just going to YOLO this a little bit without trying to read it out. So we are in mortal danger now because our slots are filled up. 4 goes on 5 or 3, and those are both kind of buried, but there's hope. Okay, so we have 3 and 2 Arcana. We have 4 gold can go down there. Can't quite do that much with this. This could go onto there, and then we stack 4, 3, 2, right? Or 2, 3, 4. If we go 2, 3, 4, we get blue 3. This kind of sucks. We might have YOLO'd at a bad time. We might have YOLO'd at a bad time. I'm now seeing that 9, 10. Yeah, we don't have a choice there. 9, 10 could have gone in the hole, and then we could, well, no, because the 7 wouldn't have been there, I guess. But we could put 8, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5 pop, 2 pops. Do something with 6. You know how it is. Okay, we are kind of screwed. This is bad. This is bad. Unless someone sees something to do. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, famous level. All right, we're doing okay. I don't know. We might have broken some code because we're at 8 fails. We'll see. We're expecting about 14 fails, approximately. Oh, we could get 1, 2. We can put king up, 9, 10 in the hole, 8 on the 6, 7. Red 7 on red 8. 1 Arcana, 2 Arcana, 3 Arcana all go. 4 down there. Seven on the 8, 3 down there. And then 11. And we could put this on there, except it's flipped the wrong way, dude. Oh no, we're dead because we can't flip it the right way. Two to the 3 is being suggested by chat. 5 gold to the 4 gold. King to the stack. 2, 3 to the 4. You can't do 2, 3 to the 4. That's flipped the wrong way, and you have no room to flip it. 2, 3 will not go on 4 Arcana. Fails 11. I don't know. We might have broke something. We'll see. We will see. It's fine if we broke something, though. All right. Let's just do the thing that I said, that this is probably a lose. A new lose reviews, but we pop some cards. Okay, so from here, we have 4 goes down here. We could go this way, right? And pop 4 Arcana. That is an option. But then we're basically dead right there. We could go this way. 7 on the 8. And then 3 on the 4. And then see what I'm saying? This 9-10 is flipped the wrong way. If we could put it on the 11, we would be fine. But that is not the story. It's very sad. It's very sad. Cut down in the prime of life due to a YOLO. Due to a YOLO. We were doing pretty good that time. I mean, they gave us an easy starting config up until they didn't. Okay, 3 on the 4, 13 on the 12. 5, yeah, 13 on the 12, 5 and 6, 2. Cards fly off. Cards fly off. Okay. I mean, so what do we want to get? 0, that's way down there. 18 with a green 2, that's not bad. And then we could do this after that because of the 17 and 16. Where's our 4th 2? Down there. That's not good. Yeah, so we kind of want to do this. Of course, we have this 6-5-4 here that we could tilt one way or the other first. Gold 6, gold 5, blue 5, blue 4, 6, 7. Ugh. Don't love either one. But the gold queen, jack, and stuff, like, this kind of makes sense a little bit. There's a lot of gold up here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go 9, 10, jack, queen, 7, 6 with a 6. See? We got a lot of entropy reduction there. And then I don't know. Red 5 pops off. Hmm. Let's swap a Rooney this. This is all very difficult over here. How's our game going? Oh. "29 fails. We definitely broke something. We definitely broke something. Shouldn't be too hard to figure out though. Okay, let's try to pull this out. Victory from the jaws of victory. Why is this so hard today? Leftmost column is very attackable. Oh, right. We were looking at this before. 5 goes. 4 doesn't really. 7 and... Oh, I see. We get... I didn't... Oh, maybe I looked at this before I piled these up. So we do this. We do this. We do this. We do that. We can do this. We can do this and that. Good point. That was indeed very attackable. Okay. Now this 9 goes down here, which is good. This is still really annoying. Still really annoying. I kind of want to YOLO this. This is unadvisable, but we're just gonna do some stuff, all right? We're just doing things right now. So we don't have a slot at the moment. That is an issue. Okay, I admit. Okay, so we could flip this and put the 1 on it. 11's not good though. 11 is not good. Okay, we could do this, do this, do this, and do that. All right, we can do this, do that, do that. Do that. Do that. Boom. Gamer. 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 Did I comment on the Carmack tweet? No. I was thinking about it. I mean, he just is thinking about it a very different way. I don't disagree with what he's saying, but that doesn't to me change anything about what I was saying. So, All right. Orange gem instant. We need to find a relatively tricky level that does a fail that makes sense. So, oh, this has a gem beam in it. So it's quite possible that just like gem beams don't work. It looked like it did, but no. All right. It's kind of a butt pain here. Okay. That is not powering the room. For some reason. Also, that didn't depower that slot. What? Was? Okay, picking up the gem did not depower the slot. Weirdly. All right, let's try this. Okay, what level was that? Orange gem instant. It looks like there's at least two different problems. So, what were we looking at? I'm just spacing now. Sissy space sicking. Oh, attached to entity ID. So recompute room power. Okay. So I think we're not checking that. No. All right. We don't need this. Come on. Come on, load. All right, so I go shwip. It yet still didn't do it. Um, all right. Whoop, shwoop. There we go. That's working better. Is that room powered? No. Okay, so this gem beam stuff. Right. Okay, so going back to here. Whoops. I just closed my Emacs with a fat finger. Now I got no buffers. It's on D. I don't know why that didn't autocomplete. I put the D. I put the D. Okay. What was I even looking for before I did that? Oh yeah. Recompute room power. We got to count. We got to count. Got to count it. Boop. Hey, that's powered. Oh, except when we change these things, we're not. Yes, sir. All right. Germs. Beam powered. Newly powered. Is it room power is dirty? That's not what it is. Room power state. I'm getting tired. But you know what? We're almost done with this, and that's well beyond. Oh, yeah, it's midnight. It's well beyond what my goal was for this evening. So that's good. All right. So powered, all powered. Boom. Okay. Does this level blend? Okay, hold on. We got to go faster than that. We got no buffers. Got no buffers. Hey, all right. You know what we're going to do now? Got to run another Benny test. Are we doing POW function? No. I don't know why you would think that. Did I lead us to believe we would be doing POW function? All right. While our Benny test is going, we are going to do you know who. How do we do this? Oh yeah, we go down here. Random. Okay. Boom. Hmm. So the wall can't be here because that would blow out our two. So we got to do that. We got to do these. And that's one. Well, that is one. Interesting. Okay, we got a one here. Can't be one. Can that be the one? Yes, that could. Can that be the one? I guess so. But that's interesting because this is a 6, so there's only one other space along this whole thing. It is not there. Could it be here? No. Wait. I mean here. Like, no. So if it's here, you would, no, I guess you could pop up from here. All right. If the space is on the far left, so you're saying this is a block? I don't see why. You don't see how the one is in the corner. Why not? What's wrong with the one being in the corner? Oh no, we left the test too slow. It's never a dull moment in video game. There's a 4 vertical in the second column. How would that come to be? If there's a 1 here, then we have this. I mean, let's game it out, right? I mean, this is one of those things that just like writes itself. Well, actually, we don't know that. So this would go there, that would go there, that would go there. I mean, we might have just solved it, right? Oh, no, this is illegal down here. Neither of these is possible. Let's see if we can prove that in a minimal amount just to make sure I didn't make a mistake. So if that's like that, that has to go like that. Okay. Which implies that. And then that means third has to be here. And the problem is this guy has to have one. Right? Okay. So we can make an inference actually that we weren't making. So this guy has to have one. Okay. And this guy can't have both because if he did have both, then he also has to have the third one. And that's not possible. So one of these is open, which means that's a block. Okay. And because that's a block and that's open, how did we know that was open again? Because I guess we gamed it out. You can't have, yeah. So that has to go through right there. That's simply how that is. And then one of these is open, which means that's a block. Okay. Okay. Easy clap. Okay. This guy has to come out, which means the 6 has to have its gap over here. It cannot be there. It cannot be that, which means there, 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 there. Okay. Well, wait, one of these. Probably this one, whatever, one of them. Hey, we're doing good. We're doing good. We gotta hurry up or it'll be bedtime before we do anything here. I mean, maybe we just pick one from here for one of these and see what happens. What if we pick that? Then we have that. Okay. That's got to be like that, which means that. It's not really helping me that much. This is a good game. Anytime you can play this game, it's good. Oh, dude, we're gonna finish soon. So one of these has to be open. Huh, I don't know. Okay. For this 4 block, that means there's 3. There's 3 more. Bleh. All right, you know what? It's time. By which I mean bedtime. It's bedtime. Thanks everyone for gaming as well as programming. We fixed a major thing for the people. We will not ship it yet because we have a couple more fixes to do tomorrow. But we have fixed a major thing for the people. And yeah. Yeah. Boom. No, we have a no check-in. We can't do bedtime. No check-in did. Oh, no. All right, you know what? We'll look into that tomorrow. It's fine. Like I said, we weren't going to ship it yet anyway. When we wake up fresh, we're going to look at this. We're going to see if this used to play sound effects or if it didn't. I suspect it didn't, but we will check. We've done the hard part. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you later.